Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing tonight? Let's see here. Let's check on our audio real quick. Make sure I got this working right. I think I do. Yeah, sounds good to me. Y'all tell me if it sounds good, looks good to you, and we will get this started. So, what are we doing tonight? Let's reframe this slightly so I can point out what we're working on. Oh, man. This thing's like, I don't even know what this mount is for that I'm using as a camera mount. It came with this rolling cart I'm using as my streaming setup. Tell you what, how about we do a tour of the streaming setup first? That sounds like fun. I don't think I've really showed it on stream very much. Let's see here. This might work. Hey, look at that. Okay, so there's the cart we're using. It's from a hospital. It's a Cadwell. I think Cadwell did patient monitors, if I'm not mistaken. It's all running off of a Mac Mini. Yeah, it's pretty simple actually. I've got a Canon 6D Mark I here. That's a pretty old camera to be using as a streaming setup, but it's got some quirks. It's got the weird HDMI framing thing that you probably have seen where, like if I switch to this view, no, I guess not yet. But basically, it's kind of weird. But it works. It's especially for a stationary camera. I like this because I can roll it around, you know, kind of go wherever I need to with the stream. Which the stream's been going a lot of different places, so being able to roll the stream around has been pretty great. This camera is running through just a pretty inexpensive, actually, HDMI USB capture device. I haven't had any hiccups with that yet. Right now, we're actually using my iPhone. It just shows up as a webcam. We can do the infinite tunnel thing, which is fun. Ooh, infinite tunnel. Yeah. Let's get our USB cord hooked up to our other camera. So this cord feels looser than it should. Yep, I have the whole cord in my hand. Okay, well, we'll show this camera. So this is a Canon R6 Mark II. This is my newest camera. This thing's amazing. It actually shows up natively as a UVC webcam. It's got touchscreen, amazing autofocus, insane dynamic range, and high ISO performance. I'm still shocked at how good that thing is. So let's get that Type-C cable plugged in, and that'll get our other camera working. So now if we switch to our 16, now I still have to, it's still weird sometimes. I have to go and deselect the camera and then reselect the camera. There we go. Cool. So we got both cameras working now. So yeah, that's the streaming setup. If y'all got any questions about it, you know, let me know. If you got any ideas for how to make it better, let me know. It's definitely going to keep evolving. Okay, let's see here. Hello, Peter. Hello, Maria. Love having you both here for the stream. Yeah, so let's get into the tubing, shall we? So, what's going on? Well, we've got our valve manifold mounted to the wall. Look at that. Valve manifold. We like that. So we got that mounted up. This also told us how wide this was. I had to fix something really quick. My hard drive is filling up, apparently. I've just been informed. That's not good. Oh, I have 4 gigabytes of hard drive space left. Yay. That's probably because I've been streaming and I've been saving the streams to this computer. How do we fix this quickly while it's still streaming and while it's getting more full? Okay, let's grab an external hard drive. Let's dump some files onto the external hard drive real quick. I think that's my best option here. That or just find stuff to uninstall. I got this Mac Mini that I'm using as the streaming setup while I was at a conference in California to use at that conference, and I just got whatever they had at the Apple Store, and apparently that's a 500, they had a 500 gigabyte Mac Mini. So I've only got 500 gigs to work with here, which is not a lot, actually. But I've got a SanDisk 4 terabyte here. Let's see if I can get some files off this thing in a hurry. Okay, I think that's one of the highest speed USB ports we've got. Let's find where the files are stored, because I actually don't even know where they're at. Oh, those are some big files. Apparently each stream is like 60 something gigabytes. Okay, let's move one over to start with. Please move quickly. Okay. Oh, okay. This is copying fast. We've already got 10 gigabytes moved over. Okay. This is exciting. We're gonna find out if I run out of space first, or if I get files moved and deleted first. Aren't we all looking forward to finding out? You know, I can just to start with go ahead and empty my trash. That should buy me a few more minutes. Okay, that got me another gigabyte and a half. Let's see here. I barely have any applications installed. Okay. Okay, we've got one stream moved. I haven't actually deleted it yet. Let's move another one. Isn't this fun, doing IT live on stream? Daisy Disk. What is Daisy Disk, Maria? Yeah. External SSD gaffer tape to the laptop. That's a good move, actually. Okay, that one's done in 10 seconds. How am I doing space-wise? I don't know how well I'm doing space-wise right now. Let's just get this taken care of as fast as we possibly can. Okay, so going to verify that I have indeed moved the file that I think I have. 2025, 11, 13, 21, 15, 45. 2025, 11, 13, 21, 15, 45. Okay, move to trash. And empty trash. And then 2025, 11, 11, 20, 32, 34. 2025, 11, 11, 20, 32, 34. Okay, move to trash. Okay, and empty trash, empty trash. Okay, that should have bought us the space that we need. Yep, that got us a lot of gigabytes. Cool. I think we did it. I think we saved the stream. Okay, let's keep going. That was fun. Close that, close that. Okay, I like the idea of Daisy Disk here. I do find that the under like storage, if you click the like information icon next to documents, it does show you the largest files. I found that to be quite useful. And I'm pretty sure it's accurate. Cool. You know, I probably don't need the bitrate that I'm using. Like, I don't even know if the bitrate I'm using is actually even like what I'm recording at. So, like, I might be saving at a higher bitrate for no reason. Okay, now that we have averted that disaster, that was fun. Wasn't that fun, everybody? Okay, let me unmount the hard drive, because it turns out that I plugged the hard drive into the port that camera over there is plugged into. So we're going to want that port back so that I can show you all stuff. Well, so it hasn't notified me that's ejected, but it's not showing up. It's fine. It'll be fine. Right, we can just unplug it. Ta-da! Okay. I really, really like the SanDisk Extreme Pro portable SSD. It's amazing how fast it is. It's 4 terabytes, and it's like not big, and it's you know, it's like rubberized nicely. It's kind of got like a shock bumper around it. I like it, and then I got this little case for it too, so it just can stay with me for all the files I'm generating. I tend to run out of space when I'm filming and when I'm saving really big files with Open Beam Interface, because Open Beam Interface can do 16,000 by 16,000 uncompressed TIFFs, which are 1/4 gigabyte a piece, and then I take a bunch of them, and that fills my hard drive up really quickly too. Okay, let's get this put away and plug our camera back in, and then we are off to the races. There's the cable. Ta-da! Okay, we should be good to go now. Okay, how's everybody doing tonight? I feel like this stream is like started like 3 times now, and we haven't actually done anything yet, so that's fun. Okay, 3rd try, 4th try, let's go. Let's do this. Cool. What are we doing tonight? Let me frame up a camera showing what we've done. Kind of give you the old video tour. Oh, why did you turn off? Probably because you weren't connected. Okay. So I'm probably gonna, oh, I didn't have to re-add it. Wow, what a great victory. It's working like it's supposed to. Hello. Let's go, we'll stay tripod mounted to start with. So, that is the manifold we built right there. Pretty nice. I think it looks pretty good. I don't really like how wide it is. Like, I want to be able to mount more stuff on the strut to the right of it. But if I want to make it more narrow, we can adjust things later. So, we've got some strut up there. Last stream, we temporarily just bolted that piece of pipe with a 90 up on it. And I'll show you what we were doing with that. And this is going to be something that we do more of tonight. Is we had our fancy laser tape measure. I'm joking. I'm not actually a cat. And we were setting it on top of here and pointing it at the blue piece of tape, so that we could get the distance. And so that's why we mocked this up just temporarily, just to be able to measure that real quick. And I actually like how well this has been working out as a way of measuring these pipe distances. However, I made a mistake last night, and I cut my pieces of pipe to exactly what the laser tape measure said I should cut the pipe to. I thought you'd like that meow. LI1Y5P. It sounds like a Lenovo laptop model number for some reason. So the laser tape measure said 3 feet, 4 inches, and 15/16. So you want to know what I did? I cut the pipe to 3 feet, 4 inches, and 15/16. And you want to know what that resulted in? Do you want to know? You want to know? Well, look at this piece of pipe. It fits perfectly between the fittings. I cut the pipe so that it fit between the fittings, not so that it fit into the fittings. So that was a mistake. Yeah, that was fun last night. So basically, I did that for all the pipe I cut, and none of the pipe fit because, well, I mean, it didn't go in. It wasn't long enough. It fit between the fittings, and that was sad. I hadn't made a mistake like that cutting pipe on this project yet, but so I've got some extra pieces of pipe that are too short for anything right now. So I'm keeping those over here so I don't accidentally get them confused. So that was the fun times I had last night. I did, however, after that, correctly cut pieces of pipe that don't fit between. They are actually, I think, the correct length. If anything, they're too long, but I don't think they're too long. I think they are exactly as long as they need to be. So, yay! So that's that section. Let's see here. So then what we also did, so if we follow this up, you know, we can go up and over the ceiling, right? And then we get to the pipe run we already did. So you'll notice I got these two pieces cut to different lengths, and the lengths that those two pieces are in theory exactly what we need, so that when I put a 90 here and a 90 here and I have the pipe running this way, that they will go directly into here and be exactly the right width and all that. So that pretty much leaves us gluing up some 90s on here, you know, put the 90s on, which I haven't chamfered these cuts yet, so it's actually kind of hard to get the fitting on right now. Yeah, it doesn't want to go on right now. So I got to do that. So we're going to glue those up. Once we have these glued up, we're going to do our mock-up thing again, where we're going to, you know, we can actually do that right now. This would be easier with a ladder, but I think I can reach it. So we're going to use this piece bolted up here as our datum that we are measuring to. Please stay, please stay, please stay, please. Oh, I dropped the nut. Please stay. Hey, so that, once we get the 90s up here, we'll use the laser to measure from here to here, and that should, I'm getting framed, that should tell us how long that pipe needs to be. So, order of operations for tonight is going to be clean chamfer those pipes, glue them up with the 90s. Once those are glued up, we're going to get our measurement for the horizontal run. Once we get that measurement, we're going to cut, clean, glue, or cut, clean, chamfer that pipe. And then once that's done, we already have that measured, cut, clean, chamfered. So then we just, basically we've got to measure 2 pipes, cut those, and then everything else after that's gluing. And then it's done. Well, the hard pipe part of the loop is done. I dropped the socket again. So, anybody have any questions? Anybody have anything they want to see closer up? Anybody have ideas? While y'all are typing whatever you want to say into the chat, I think I am going to go turn off a microscope so that I can turn this chiller off so that I can plug the extractor in. So I will be back in like 10 seconds. Walking, not running, because I don't want to trip, and it's not worth saving 3 seconds. Okay, 6400 is turned off. So now I can turn its chiller off, and now I can plug in the fume extractor. I really like doing the PVC work with the fume extractor. You know, I don't really like smelling it. Here, hold the mic next to the chiller so you can hear the... You can still hear the the refrigerant flowing, probably, going through the thermal expansion valve, TXV. You're probably hearing the gas go through the thermal expansion valve and through the hot gas bypass valve on this one. So, extractor's plugged in, extractor is on. Can you hear it come up? And yeah, there we go. Okay, let's get set up here. Cut, chamfer, clean, curse, cut. Cut, chamfer, clean, curse, cut. Exactly. Exactly. I will say I very accurately, incorrectly cut those pipes. Like they were exactly as long as I thought they needed to be. I also measured it correctly. I think the measurement was quite accurate. It was something between measuring and cutting where the mistakes happened. I think it was the fact that there wasn't anything that happened between measuring and cutting. Stripping out a view of the camera but perfectly mic'd might provide a different level of comedy. Yeah, that would actually be pretty funny, wouldn't it? I mean, I think it's funny right now. But if it happened to me, I might not think it was as funny anymore. Okay, so we're putting 90s on up there, right? Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're putting 90s on. Let's put some 90s on. Let's put those 90s hits. Gotta get those 90s music hits on. Okay, how do we want to do this on camera? Yeah, always the most precise, best surface finish. I could insert some other jokes, but yeah. So we gotta figure out how we want to get our cameras and our extraction set up for that up there. I'll give you all a good view of me messing around with a fume extractor because it always takes a second to kind of get it happy and in position. No, that's not the right one. I think I need to bring the overall extractor closer because my tube here is kind of stretched out. Beep, 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 beep. Oh. Microscope panel made a sound. Okay. One of these stages must not be fully expanded, because I recall being able to reach the ceiling with this particular tube before. Let's move it down just a little bit. Ah, there we go. Okay, correctly debugged the stand. Always got to be smarter than the C stand. Oh, this isn't technically a C stand. Okay. Even got some light, look at that. Okay, where am I gonna wanna be? Right here feels pretty comfortable. Yeah, that's pretty comfortable. Cool, let's get the camera in a good spot. Whoop. Almost unplugged the cable there. Okay, I see the other camera shut off there. I will take care of that momentarily as soon as I get over there. Come on, there we go. Okay, let's get the other camera back up. Hi. Okay, cool. We're back. We need a chamfer tool and a file, which we got. Can almost reach up there. And yeah, let's get some fittings glued on. So what are y'all working on tonight? Fun, or I got this morning for our viewers in the UK. Okay, that's our ID chamfer. God, this is so much better than trying to use the file on the ID. Really kind of have a love-hate relationship with these chamfer tools, but you know, they get the job done. It's easier if I file this way to like break the filed stuff off afterwards, but just with how this pipe's mounted, that's not going to be the easiest. So we're going to go the opposite direction that we normally do. How's autofocus doing? Yeah, going the other way is definitely easier. When I'm not on a ladder like this. Okay, that's nice and chamfered. Yeah, autofocus is doing me a little bit dirty here. We'll refocus for the next one. Actually, I think we'll move the camera to give you all a better view so I'm not blocking it constantly. Okay, stepping down and not unplugging the camera. Hi. Okay, let's get this cart pushed out of here because it's a little bit cramped right now. There we go. That's a good shot, I think. Hello. Oh, let's turn that autofocus off. It's not working. Well, I mean, it is autofocusing. It's just not doing what I would want it to do. AF off. Oh, I did it in one continuous chip. Look at that. There's my chamfer right there. That's fun. Nice and smooth. Cannot wait to get a tool to do this. I should have to only do this after this one's completed 4 more times. On this project. Okay, there we go. Just got to clean it up a little bit. Okay, there we go. So both these are cleaned up. So that should, so I think that means it's time for the glue up, right? 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 Doesn't that just make sense? Let me just check the distance between these real quick. It looks like just over 8 inches, which is what we want. Okay, let's move this back a little bit. It is indeed delicious to be eating PVC shavings. It's so delicious that I try to not to, and that's why I have this up here, so that it's pulling them away from me. There, let's, okay, cool, let's make some room for the glue up here. It's been a while since we've had the glue in the ladder. Oh, what fell? Oh, darn, that was the level. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna turn the extractor up a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit louder, but let's see here. You have to hold the up and down at the same time. I think that's what it is. Then it starts blinking or something. Okay, how's that on sound? It's a bit louder. Let's, we'll get our smoke pencil out, which is, this is just a vape pen basically that you can like buy on Amazon. And you use it as a, to test like how air is moving, which I think is kind of funny. So I'm noticing a lot of like turbulence right where my face is going to be. I mean, if we measure from where I'm actually working, it's not bad. Well, that one actually is pretty bad. Yeah, there's some big vortexes. Like, it's coming all the way down like here. Okay, well, glad I checked. Making it faster might actually not have made it better. Let's pull it down some. I have a feeling that might take care of the vortexing. I need like a cone on the end of this. That would help a lot with vortexes. Oh, big vortex. Can y'all see that? It's not moving towards the extractor particularly quickly. In fact, it's going like all the way over there. Huh. Yeah, it just completely goes everywhere. Okay, let's actually go right up against the ceiling. Sometimes being right up against the surface helps with the vortexing. I'm glad I checked. This is actually like a lot worse than I thought it was. It's still not happy. Huh. What do we think's going on here? Why is this so bad this time? I'm gonna actually slow the so I either need to go slower or way faster. Okay, so this is slower. So much less, well, less vortexing. No, it's still going that way. Huh, this is weird. I haven't seen this before. We've used this setup a few times now. Let's try that out. Let's just see what that does, just moving the tube around. Huh. Lower, maybe? If anybody's got any ideas on what's going on right now, I'm all ears, because this is weird. I guess this is why those cones on the end of like this is why you see those cones on the end of like welding fume extractors, because that really helps a lot with stuff like this. Like, look, I'm only a few inches away, and the cloud's going that way. Yeah, like from here, like none of that's even making it into the extractor. Like you see how close the extractor is, and it's not doing anything. not helping me out at all. Okay, we'll try a lot more velocity. Maximum power. It probably has something to do with the exhaust being on this side. You know what? I think I can feel the exhaust stick down here, actually. Oh, I can see something moving on the floor. Well, quantity has a quality all its own, and that appears to be working, so. Okay, we'll just go with maximum speed. I do have a draft in the hull. The draft in the hull is caused by the extractor. I'm gonna rotate the extractor 90 degrees. And that should help dissipate the draft a lot more. I think it's the exhaust of the extractor causing the issue. Yeah, it's amazing how small of a draft will affect your fume extraction. Okay, let's point that in the right spot. It's not even good performance at where I'm working. So can you all hear that it's running faster now? I'm kind of curious how much louder it sounds. Okay, well, it's good enough for that first one. Okay, let's get this glued up, shall we? Let me grab the 90s we're gonna need. That's important. Yeah, it's louder. Is it unbearably loud? Like, if I'm over here, is it bad? Oh, I know what it is. I have an air filter running right here that's like, I can feel a bunch of a draft right here from this air filter. That's ironic. My air filter is causing problems. We're just gonna turn that off for now. It's not a carbon one, it's just a HEPA, so. I bet that, yeah, there's literally another stream of air like coming up like right here. It's like right by the corner right here. That explains a lot. Oh, that's so much more even. That's so much better. Okay, that's amazing how big of a difference that makes. Okay, it didn't make sense what I was seeing. I was like, I've never seen that before. So that explains it. Okay, we got a 90. So what are we gonna be doing tonight? We're gonna be doing, let's make sure that's kind of clean enough. So we're gonna be going, okay, so we're gonna be going primer. Oh, this is, I'm actually gonna turn the airflow back down now that I've figured out why it's being weird. Because the amount of airflow that's there is gonna make my cement dry really quickly, and it's just gonna make life hard. Back down to 50%. Yeah, that's working beautifully. Well, there is some smoke hitting my face. Let me move the tube a little bit closer. Okay, that's... Smoke's not hitting my face. That's a great sign. Let's do this. Okay, so we're gonna go primer, primer, cement. Let's see here, it's kind of close up there. If I pull it down from the ceiling sun, it's gonna make it easier to apply, so we'll kind of hold that down while we're doing this. So then cement, cement. We're gonna start here, and then we're gonna push on and rotate and end pointing that way. And we can check our alignment comfortably. I'm gonna move the ladder a little bit this way. That'll make it more comfortable to check the alignment safely. Oh yeah, that's great right there. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and use this piece as a guide for when it's level. Okay. Let's do this. Let's get our cans opened up. That was some fun debugging. I like debugging. Doesn't matter what it is. I mean, I say that, but I'm sure there's times where I'm like, oh, I wish this would just work. Okay, starting with our clear primer. Okay, that's primer. Now it's time for cement. Okay, there we go. I'm happy with that. Oh, that looks good. Oh, it's real good. If I were there, I would absolutely debug the... Well, the ring buffers, no, I'm good without debugging ring buffers on a network switch. I'll debug a mag card on an SEM, but ring buffers on a network switch, nah. Sorry. So are you all wrangling bits tonight, or what's going on? Okay, I got that one on. Let's move the ladder and the extractor for our next one. That's behaving like I expected it to now. Okay. Glad we took the time to debug that one. That was just weird. Okay, let's get this glued up, shall we? You said check for off by 1 errors. I thought you were talking to me, Maria, because I was like, I've done some off by 2 errors on, or off, I guess it's off by 1 kind of not adding the fittings into my math. Hey, congrats on wrapping up your wrangling. Bit wrangling's fun, isn't it? Okay, let's get ready for this glue up. We're gonna do primer, clean primer, cement on the outside, cement on the inside. We're gonna come in and then we're gonna swing over. We're gonna go like that. Cool. Let's do it. There's the cement. There we go. I'm liking it. Okay, so that's both these cemented up. We're just gonna hold this for another 30 or so seconds, and then we will, I think we're then gonna get these mounted in their strut clamps, because you can well, you can't really see it now because it's being blocked by the extractor, but these aren't mounted into the strut clamps yet. These are just kind of hanging out here. So once these are mounted, that's gonna put them right where they need to be, left to right, and then we'll be able to get our, use the laser to get the distance from here to where it's going on that wall, and that's going to be the length of our pipe. Thank you, Seth F., for making such fantastic pipe for us. It says the person's name on the pipe. I'm like, that must be like, that's got to be the person who made it. Or if not the person who made it, the person who's responsible for it, which is not always the same thing, right? Okay, I'll get that out of the camera. Yeah, looking good. And off by 2 1/16 error. That's funny. Off by 2 1/16. That was definitely an off by 2 1/16 error. Is that? That's a spider. Oh no. I'm gonna take that spider outside. You can see it on the camera. It's crawling around there. I noticed it on the camera. It's somewhere. Is it in the middle there? Yeah, it's a daddy longleg. Oh no, okay. Let me get a cup. I'm gonna take it outside. Okay, let's go in the cup, friend. Okay, we got it in the cup. Okay. We have a spider in the cup. I think it was attracted to the light on the ceiling right there. Okay. Okay, friend has been relocated outside. Okay. Well, that was fun. An unexpected bonus event. Okay, spider taken care of. Gently relocated outside. Well, that was fun. Let's get our cans of solvent closed up here. We're not going to need those for just a sec. I really hope I got the distance between those pieces of pipe correct. Okay, so next thing is we're gonna get these clamped in and the distance on those basically set. Yeah, let's get those clamped in. Let's get the distance on those set, and then that's going to set us up to take the measurement for our next piece of pipe. I apologize to those in the audience who are not fans of spiders. I was pretty surprised when I saw that. I was like, oh, hello. So this one, left to right, I'm just going to set basically by eye, because it just needs to be straight with the rest of the pipe run. That looks pretty good. Let's take a step down and take a look at that. Because if it's not straight, I'm going to see it every single time I walk by, and I don't like that. Tappy tap tap. Huh. Why does that look just a little bit weird to me? Huh. Something. Yeah, okay, I think this piece of strut is just mounted more to the right than the other ones. Must be it. Oh, I've got pipes that There's a lot of jokes I can make about that I will, I think, refrain from tonight, but... Yeah, okay, this piece of strut here is just way far to my left right now. Okay, that looks pretty good. Yeah, it just looks weird because I guess that piece of stretch is more to the right than all the others. Okay, I think those are where they're gonna be. Actually, let's check the 90 on this. Where's my square? There's my square. Oh, the square is telling me an interesting story. It's saying this wants to be more this way. That's interesting. Is that what it's saying? Huh. Well, I think it's good enough. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay. It probably will not be correctly aligned with the paint line. How does it look from this angle? That's a good question. Yeah, no, they actually do need to be more that way. Okay, that'll also square things up here. Man, I spent all that time torquing them down too. The real problem is this clamp right here is in the wrong spot, I think. Or there's just a natural bend in the pipe. Oh, I mean, is there anything natural about PVC? Can we say it's a natural bend? Yeah, this one's the problem right here. See what that looks like. Well, that squared up to 90 better. But it makes this look off right here. Oh, but if I straighten that up, it makes the 90 go out again. Okay, it's all just wonky. Well, loosening that up actually straightened it out. So it popped right into place. Okay, that's cool. So, can we live with the position this is in? Can we walk by this every day and be like, that's okay? It's up to me, isn't it? Oh yeah, no, actually real good now. Yeah, cool. The amount of like mental FEA I'm doing just to get some pipes straight is probably excessive. Okay, now we can measure from here to there. And that's kind of been our whole goal, so. I think I even put that pipe in the right spot. If I had a cat down here, they'd be going crazy right now. Well, depends on the cat, you know. Not every cat's into lasers, right? Okay, well, it's almost pointing. Okay, I just need to move that piece over a bit so that it's right where I actually want to point the laser. Gotta pop that free. That looks like a good target. Lasers need to be the right wavelength for cats. Is that like dependent on the cat? Like on like different cats like different wavelengths? Three feet, 6 inches, and 13/16. If somebody wants to put that in the chat, that'd be great. So that's 3 feet, 6 inches, and 13/16. 3 feet, 6 inches, 13/16. Measured a second time, and it's measured the same. Yes, we do need. we do indeed need to study what wavelengths different cats prefer. Okay, we got a precision 2-inch gauge here. Let's see if we're happy with that. Maria, do you want to go ahead and add the magic 2 1/16 number to that as well? That would be great. I would greatly appreciate it. I mean, I am looking at what gets put in the chat, so like, I mean, it ultimately comes down to me if it's correct or not. Okay, double checking the math. Yeah, that looks correct. Oh yeah, that would be 7/8. Nice. That's a nice even number. I like that. Okay. Let's get this last one fixed. Okay, so now we need to move this over so we can get our next measurement. Let me just pop the laser up on the end of this one for a sec, just so I can see where it's pointing. Okay, that's pointing just a smidge to the right of that yellow zip tie right there. Okay, I can remember where that is. Now it'd be really great if one of you were here and you could just cut the tube for me. This would go so much faster. If there's one person just cutting tube, one person measuring tube. One person to gnaw on the tube, exactly. Okay, I think that's where it should be. No, it should be more to the right. Oh, I hit the funny bone. Oh, that. Oh, I hit it on the weird drywall theme corner going on here. I still don't know why. I really want to know why. I understand the why of pretty much most things I see in this building, even if I'm like slightly disappointed by something, I'm like, oh, okay, I see why, you know? This, I don't know why. I do not know why. Okay, I think that's where we want to be. I don't get why this piece of drywall here is like out. And like this wall is built later than like everything else. I don't know why something happened to this wall. Okay, I got some measurements coming for y'all. No, I mean for me, but if one of you wants to put it in the chat, that'd be great. Oh, whoa, whoa. 3 feet, 10 inches even. Nice. Yep. Three feet, 10 inches even. So let's put that in the chat, and then if we could also add the 2 1/16 to that, that'd be great. And now I can get set up to cut 2 pieces of pipe. Okay. So then that would be 4, I got the camera. That'd be 4 and 1/16, right? 4 feet, 1/16 of an inch. Okay, let's see what we got for piping. Tell me you were born in Europe without telling me you were born in Europe. I also think the imperial system is cursed. Okay, so we got 2 long pieces of pipe. I think both of these are basically the same length. One of them slightly shorter. We'll go ahead and use the slightly shorter one. A little bit of a compound bend in this piece. The other one doesn't have a compound bend. We'll go ahead and use it just to make life 20% easier. Oh, that one's got more of a compound bend in it. Okay, we'll go with this one. This end's actually pretty clean, pretty square too. Okay. But the section down there, this'll work. This'll work just fine. Okay, let's do our first piece. 3 feet 8 inches and 7/8 of an inch. Three feet, 8 inches, and 7/8, right? And just verifying, we have added 2 1/16 to both the numbers. So that's why it's 3 feet, 8 inches, and 7/8 of an inch. Okay. 3 feet, 8 inches, 7/8 of an inch. Three feet, 8 inches, and 7/8, right? Three feet, 8 inches, and 7/8. Three feet, 8 inches, and 7/8 of an inch. Okay. That was pretty square. Cool. Well, there's our first piece. You can tell it's got a little bit of a compound curve in it. Yeah, it's workable. Okay, what's our next piece? Our next piece is 4 feet and 1/16 of an inch. Four feet, 1/16. Have you seen how many cuts of the PVC I had to do? I definitely wanted the electric one. I definitely have a hand cramp by the end of this project. Okay, 4 feet and 1/16. Wow, it's actually on the T exactly. There's literally a T on the pipe. Oh, actually it's an I, it's PSI, okay. Okay, right in the middle of the mark. That's 4 feet, 1/16 of an inch. Thank you for putting those numbers in the chat for me. It's been very helpful. That's pretty square. Cool. So that's our extra. And we got our 2 pieces cut. Sweet. In theory, if we've done everything correctly, that is the last piece of pipe we need to cut. Right? We definitely did all our math. We did all our measurements, right? What could possibly be wrong? What could possibly be wrong? Nothing. Nothing could possibly be wrong, right? Okay, just gotta get these clean chamfered. Got our chamfering card out. I do feel pretty fancy using the electric cutter, but it's also just so convenient. And I will admit that was a little bit of an impulse buy at the plumbing store, but it was a good call. They're really good at selling you on it. They just got it right there, you know? I think it was like, you know, I don't remember. I mean, I already had the batteries, right? Plastic pipe shear catalog number 2470-20. That's the M12. 2470-20. I think I paid less than that. The Ferguson has really, really good deals on Milwaukee tools. When you're in store, they don't seem to have the deals online. I know it was less than 200 I paid for it. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but... Wow, that piece of pipe is really curved. Okay, that's clean on the inside. Did I get both ends of this one yet? Yep. Did I do both ends of this one? No. There we go. Okay, so that's the IDs done. Let's do the ODs now. Okay, both those ends are done. Let's flip it over. So we've got 2 more ends to chamfer the ODs on. And then we are maybe, possibly done chamfering pipe for now. And it is possible to assemble PVC without doing all this work. It works fine, pretty much. It just works better, and I think it's more consistent doing it this way. And it definitely assembles easier. Okay, there we go. Done chamfering? Maybe, hopefully, probably. Good chance. If we cut everything to length and we install it all correctly, right? If we cut everything to length correctly and we install it all correctly, then we're probably done chamfering pipe. Let's clean up real quick. Okay. Are you not entertained by my pipe chamfering? Okay, so let's get set up to glue these in. Just untangling the USB cord from this tripod. Let's add the legs back out just so that it doesn't tip over. Really need to get a Manfrotto magic arm to replace this mystery mount. I really don't know what they were using this for. Maybe like holding like heart monitor leads or something. But it's not made for cameras, and its adjustability is very poor. It's very hard to adjust, and then when you do adjust it, it wants to wander all over the place on me. Okay, there we go. Look good to y'all? Hopefully. Okay, let's put some strut clamps up. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna hang some strut clamp hangers, minus the cushions on this end. So when I'm gluing that in, I got something holding it up down here for me. I've done that a few times already, and that's it's worked out very well. It's been very helpful. got one up. Let's get another one up. There we go, we got some hangers up. Why is this spinning? Oh. I think it's a crimp fitting failure. Yeah, that thing's just spinning now. That's annoying. Huh. Okay, that's so this is the stand for the fume extractor. I'm just gonna squeeze it with a plier wrench real quick, and that'll probably get it to stop spinning. No, that didn't do it. So when I'm squeezing it, it stops turning, but as soon as I let go, it starts turning again. Okay, how do I do this quickly? Squeeze harder. That worked. Cool. Okay. And it started spinning again. Okay, we'll figure out how to make it stay where we want it. This is a newer brand, which is pretty inexpensive stuff. I don't even think I meant to buy this stand. No, this part, the part on top is actually pretty nice. I don't think this is newer brand. Yeah, the part on top is Impact. That's decent stuff. That's pretty middle of the road, we'll say. So I guess this newer stand must have just come with an LED light panel or something. I don't quite think I have enough video lights yet, still want more. Okay. So y'all want a zoomed in view and what I'm gluing, or do you want an overall view of the pipe and whatnot? Let me know in the chat. Well, why not both? Because the camera turned off. We'll do the zoomed out view for this first one. Okay, so I got 2 pipes here. One of them's longer than the other, so the shorter one's gonna go in first. I heard something fell. What fell? Ah, that fell. That's a good tripping hazard. Hey, I even threw it right in the bin I wanted to. Cool. That looks like the right length. Let it go up in there. We'll glue it up, and yeah. Cool. Do we want to go bow up or bow down? We go. I'm gonna go bow down. Well. I've been doing bow up usually. What does the ceiling look like it's doing? The ceiling has got a bow and the low point's right here, it looks like. So bow down I think would actually line up with the ceiling better. So we'll go bow down. Okay, we'll mark my bottom so I know what direction I want facing down when I actually go to do the glue up. Okay, looking good. Let's get this glued in. I'm going to move the camera kind of over here so you're looking more this way so I'm not blocking you as much. Okay, so we got this piece, you got that piece. So I'm going to hold my hand up here, I think, maybe here. Yeah, that way I'm not dripping primer on myself. Huh. There we go, I think. So we'll go primer, primer, cement, cement, in, and we'll rotate 180 as we go in. Okay. I gotta open up my cans first. I also need to be careful to not have my clamp on that end go all the way out the left side there, because then that end's gonna fall. And if it did fall, it would fall while I'm in the middle of gluing, which is gonna make it really, really awkward to hold it up. get our cans opened up here. Oh, I got too much on my brush. That's gonna be fun to deal with. Okay, we got that in, and I think I got it all the way down. There we go. Cool. Let's get our extractor set up for a second one and get that glued in. Let's find the bow and the pipe. Can you all see the bow? There you go, now you can see kind of that bow. Okay, we got the low side of that marked, so that's going to be what's facing down. Okay, ladder is in a comfortable spot, it seems like. Let's find my mark. There's my mark. Okay, let's go through our dry run. Primer, primer, cement, cement. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, that's the primer. Let's do the cement. There we go. Okay, we're getting real close here. Yeah, put some 90s on, then put some verticals in, and we're pretty much done. It's exciting. Okay, that should be good. Okay, so now we're gonna put our clamps in. Well, we'll let that set up for a little bit longer first. But before we put the 90s on the end, we're gonna put the clamps down here, so that when we're torquing it on the end, we're torquing against something and not just against these connections that we just made. It looks like we got these ends right in the right spot, so that's good. Is that focused? That's not focused, is it? Is that focused now? Yeah, that's focused now. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I haven't leak tested anything yet, so it's all possible. It could all leak, right? Okay. Let's close up our containers here. Okay, I'm thinking that's enough time on the cement to cure to go ahead and put the clamps on. So let's get some clamps on. Why is this just sitting on? Interesting. It seems like, oh no, one of the plugs came out. It's like kind of leaked everywhere a little bit. Oh, there's going to be glycol and everything in here. Oh, there's a whole puddle. That's a slightly later me problem. Yay, puddle of glycol. I think the failures are honestly more entertaining than the successes. Yeah, we'll probably do that on stream. Okay, so we got some strut clamps on down here. I haven't particularly paid attention to lining things up right now. I'm just clamping it wherever it like wants to be. That's because these are like strain release strut clamps, right? Okay, so that's this area is pretty much done for now. So now we're gonna move down there and put some 90s on. think this cart's in the way. Let's get this cart out of here. Get the extractor moved over. See how that's doing with the good old smoke pencil. Why focus is being... It really likes the wood. We'll go ahead and lock that into manual. Should point a light that way, that'll help. Yeah, there we go. Well, best extraction yet, I think. That's pretty solid. Cool. Is that focused? That looks like it's focused. Let's see here. Before I glue up, I'm just going to kind of sanity check with a 90 on a stick here, just to see what we're looking like. Oh, we're looking dead on. Cool. I like it. Okay, so this these are going to be awkward to get the cement on. That's fun. It's going to be really awkward to get the cement on. Oh, they're going to be awkward to get the 90s on too. Oh, this whole thing's fun. Okay, cool. This one's easy because the drywall steps back there. This one, less so. Okay, so we're gonna go primer and then switch hands. I guess we'll just use the left hand for everything. So we'll go primer on the end there like that, and we'll do primer here, and we'll do cement, and we're gonna struggle a bunch with it. We're gonna wanna make the larger part of the brush kind of pointed this way, that way. That will help us line this up better, or get it kind of around the top corner there. It's gonna be the struggle. Okay, I think we're good. Let's go ahead and open up our cans of cement and get going. Hello. How's everybody doing so far? Making any progress on the ring buffer? Oh, that's so hard to get the stuff on well. Oh man, okay, this is gonna be a whole thing. This is gonna be a whole thing. is why you turn it 90 degrees when you install it, right? So that you can make up for really poor applications of cement like this. Come on. Well, it's not the prettiest one, but it's in. That was hard. Do a little bit of a kind of a cleanup application. Oh no, RIP AirPods. How's Find My doing on helping you find them? Where's my application assist tools for this? There we go. I love Find My. Find My is amazing. I brushed my hand through the cement as I was putting it on. So I'm kind of reapplying what I wiped off. Okay, well, luckily this next one's a lot easier than this one, so hopefully it doesn't go as poorly. Oh, we lost the camera. Wake up, please. Thank you. Okay, let's do this next one. Still gonna be a little bit challenging, but shouldn't be as bad. So I'll take not as bad, you know? Okay, so we're gonna primer, cement, maybe switch hands. I'm gonna make the ladder closer. This is why I do that dry run, so I can see if I wanna reposition or what. Okay, that's the primer. Come on. Okay. There we go. Oh man, I always love it when I look somewhere and then I'm like, it's not here, and then find my finds it there. It's like, okay. Okay, well, we got both these 90s up. So next it's our vertical pieces. Those should be a lot easier than these. Okay, let's just make sure I get the right one on the right side, because the longer one's got to go on the right, if I recall correctly. I think I marked it number 2. Yep, I did mark it number 2. Cool. Okay, so which direction do we want to go with our bend on these ones? I feel like bend out, I think. No, let's do bend. Let's do bow towards the wall. Oh, okay. I've got the 2 actually marked on the side I want facing me already, so that one's ready to go. You gonna stay? Probably not. This one's kind of marked already. but only kind of. That's interesting. There's my marker. Where'd you lose your car keys? Okay, I got a dot on this that I want facing me once it's assembled. So let's get this glued up. Oh, actually, let's pull off the valve manifold first. Because that's just going to kind of get in the way of what we're doing here. I can't use this on this one. I have to use the plier wrenches on that one. Man, that tool really is a little bit faster than doing this by hand. So how am I going to hold this up after I glue it? I think we'll just throw a strut clamp on it. That makes sense to me. Just do a clamp right here on the vertical. I like that idea. Okay, well I got that strut clamp ready. I don't have the tool up here though. I need the tool that actually put that on with. Okay. Now I think we're ready. So we're gonna go primer. And I don't like to hold it vertical. I'm putting the primer on because the primer is really, like, it's a lot more liquid than the cement is, so it kind of drips down and I don't want to get it on my hands. So I'm gonna kind of hold it flatter instead of vertical. So we're gonna go primer, primer, cement, cement, and we're gonna take it out, and then we're gonna start that way, we're gonna go in, we're gonna support it, and then we're gonna be ready to push and rotate. Yeah, that feels good. But I don't want to rotate too far, so we'll start it there, and then that'll end there. Okay, cool. There we go, that was a good one. Hold that for 30 or so seconds. Actually, you know what? Strut clamp can hold it for me. Really feels like it's coming together now. Check that out, it's holding itself up. Okay, now it's time for that one. Aw, micro eeping is great. Yeah, most plumber YouTubers I see do time lapses, and I think I know why. But I'm having fun. Okay, I need another strut clamp assembly. Huh. I am missing half of a strut clamp. There it is, I think. Yep, that's the missing half of a strut clamp. Cool. Yeah, not every stream I do is going to be action-packed, but I think the key is just to be streaming frequently. Okay, so this is going to be pretty similar to the last one. So we're gonna go primer, primer, cement, cement, bring it over, go up and in. Cool. Let's do it. Okay, we got that one in. There we go. Okay, let's get that clamped so it holds itself up. Okay, we got 2 cement joints left and we are done. That is exciting if I do say so. Oh man, no, I'm not gonna go there with my streams. Oh man. I will admit, I have considered doing simultaneous vertical streaming, but that's just like, I'll have 2 streams running, you know? Like, the horizontal stream will remain. But all it's not hard to do 2 streams at once. I mean, I have all this, like basically like all the scenes are just, each scene has its like vertical counterpart. Wow, those pipes ended up pretty much right at the same spot. That's what we want to see. Check that out. We're doing pretty good. So what do y'all think of that? Oh, I could have had another light pointing over here the whole time. Whoops. Pipes, behold, behold the pipes. Okay. Nice. Let's see how that spacing looks with our valve manifold here. Oh, we got the spacing dead on. Oh, that's great. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Okay, so now what we're gonna do... Here, I'll get a close-up of the manifold. Rampancy, good to have you by the stream. Just in time to see the pipe really all coming together. We're about to do our last two cement joints here. So there's what it looks like with the manifold on. Doesn't that look good? I like it. Cool. Okay, so we're gonna split the manifold in half. Cause I gotta when I put the joint on, I have to rotate it as I assemble it so that it spreads the cement all around. Make sure you don't get any leaks. But fortunately, the manifold splits in half pretty easy because it's the pipe unions. So this will go on and rotate on like that. So that's not gonna be that bad to do. We'll take that side of the manifold off too. Look at that. All right, let's figure out what we want order of operations here to be. Let's bring the cart in. That's going to be the easiest thing to hold all my cement. Should not need the ladder right now. And I'll keep the cart on the other side so that I can stand where the cart would have been. Yeah, I like being right here. There's the primer. There's the heavy-duty gray PVC cement. There's one half of the manifold. Where'd the other half of the manifold go? There it is. Shall we? Anybody got any reasons to not glue this together right now? Other than it'll be done? And y'all don't want to see a part 9? And y'all really want to see a part 9? Okay, let's glue this together. So we're gonna go primer, primer, cement, cement, and then we're gonna grab it so it doesn't rotate, and we're gonna go up, and we're gonna rotate, and we're gonna end right where it needs to be. Cool, shall we? And it ended up pretty much right where we want it, it looks like. There we go. That's one of them on. I got my eyes to check if it's straight. That's I've been doing a lot of it, and it's worked out pretty well. So, and I don't when you've got like 2 seconds to like tops to like line things up. So it's you don't have time to be grabbing something and putting it up. You just gotta just do it. And there's a little, it's got a little bit of give once you've installed it. You know, you can kind of rotate it some. So. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a solvent, welding, and cement at the same time. Okay, let's do the other one. So this one I'm going to rotate the other direction. So we're going to do primer, primer, cement, cement. I'm going to grab it here this time from the start, because I grabbed it from the spot last time where I couldn't get a good hold on it, and so that kind of slowed me down. And we're going to go on, we're going to rotate our 90, make sure it's pushed up, and get it lined up to our other one. Okay, let's do it. Okay, I think we got it. There we go. Oh, The fume extractor caught me there. Closing the cans up. That's exciting. Look at that. I will turn that camera on as soon as I'm done holding this. Okay. So based as in what like Gen Z says? Is that what you're saying? Solvent welding based? That's based? I think that's how it's used. I think we're gonna let this set up a little bit. Before we attach the crossover valve, because that's going to kind of, it's going to put a little bit of torque on things. So I want the welds to be all fully cured, you know, before we start applying torque like that. But the ones up here are going to be good now, so we can we'll go ahead and we'll loosen these up and put our because we're missing the cushions up here right now. I don't know if you can see that on camera or not. So we don't have any cushions in these ones right now, so we're gonna loosen these up, drop the pipes down a little bit, take these off, put the cushions in, and we can get these ones torqued actually. And then we can get these torqued, and then that should be about 15 minutes, and then we'll be able to go ahead and throw the crossover valve in by the time we get all that done. Look at this, it's coming together. Where are the cushions? Are they up here? They're probably up here. There's one of them here. There's two of them here. Yay, we got the cushions right here. Cool. Let's just go one at a time. That sounds easier. You know, we're not going to fully torque this yet. We're going to let this have some play in it still, because we're going to get the we're going to get the manifold down there. We're going to get the manifold down there all bolted together before we get all of these fully tightened. So let's put the cushion in this one now. You know, I want this one facing the other way because I keep on getting this stuck in the clamp here. And this one, I guess maybe it could face the other way. It's like there's not the piece of wood, like piece of wood stops here. There's a piece of wood that all this wood you can see is mounted to that stops here. So I do have enough room to flip that one too. I'm definitely gonna flip this one though. Here, we'll tighten this just for a sec, just to kind of, I can, we'll flip this one first. Oh, don't fall out, please. Bye-bye, socket. Oh, I put all these vertical boards in, and it's actually, the whole thing's an acoustic trap. There's like 3 or 4 inches of Rockwell insulation behind all of them, so it really, really helped the acoustics in this front room. I want to do more acoustic treatment up here, both for video and for microscopes. And just like all the other ones, we're going to leave that a little bit loose for now, just so we can get the crossover valve down there installed. Let's see here. These are feeling pretty solid. Yeah, that's just loosen up. Actually, I'm going to loosen it up just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it was. I had a really fun time at. Home Depot sorting through all of the 2x3s. These aren't 2x4s. These are 2x3s. I went through like 2 of the like racks of these things to find all of the straightest ones, because there's a. In this instance, you know, I understand an appreciation of some not straight boards, but I wanted relatively even spacing, so that took a while. That was a fun trip to Home Depot. It's still a little bit soft down here on the old pipe cement, but we will go ahead and just thread on one side and see what we're looking like. Oh, it very, very nearly got that perfect. In fact, we moved it over just a little bit. Yeah, that's right where we want it. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's all Home Depot lumber, and then it was very, very lightly sanded just to take the worst of it off. I think just like basically 1 or 2 passes with a piece of sandpaper just to kind of take the biggest pieces that wanted to come off, and then stained them all and put them up. Here, we'll go handheld for this. Or actually, we'll zoom out for a second just to admire it. Look at that. Look at that. Pipes. And a manifold that's almost fully assembled. That's like the last piece of plumbing to do right there, is screw that on. Look at that. That's a whole thing. That's a whole entire thing. Can you believe there's a whole thing right here? That's crazy. Yeah, I like this. And then I did run out of strut clamps, so I do need to get 2 more strut clamps right here. But technically, the clamps need to be a minimum 4 feet apart, and that's not 4 feet apart right there. So I don't actually have to put clamps in there. I mean, this whole thing is what is it? Exempt Category M non-hazardous process piping. So you can kind of do whatever you want with exempt Category M non-hazardous process piping. At least according to the Oregon, what is it? Oregon BPVV, Oregon Boiler and Pressure Vessel Board, which is who is the authority having jurisdiction for plumbing not connected to city water mains. Authority having jurisdiction for plumbing connected to city water mains is the city of Portland, but for non-mains connected, such as closed-loop water chillers, it's the OBPV. And OBPV explicitly states that non-hazardous Category M process piping is, they don't care about it. So you can do whatever you want. I mean, you're supposed to follow, what is it? ASTM. I don't remember the number, but there's a spec that they recommend you follow, but again, it's exempt non-hazardous Category M, so you're supposed to do a good job, though. So yeah. Thank you, OBVV, or OPVB, Oregon Pressure Vessels and Boiler. No, OPVB board. B. So there's 2 B's, yeah. Yeah, the spacing on that looks pretty great the whole way. Okay, that stuff's almost as hard as I want it to be. So how would I do this faster in the future? For one, I would start at one end and work my way to the other end. I also wouldn't put a fixed spacing like this in. Having a fixed spacing like this, like having a crossover valve built into the tubes on the wall, and then getting that all lined up, that did add a little bit of complexity because I had to go all the way like back to here with those measurements. If I just kept everything approximately 2 inches apart, I could have done a number of steps out here a lot faster. Minimizing the amount that I'm doing, having to like measure critically would have been great. Although getting faster at that is nice, because like even if I was doing these vertical sections here, well, if I just had the valves here and they didn't connect to anything, then I could have just like put the tubes up. It would have been close. Put that into the 90s. Do my horizontal runs. Once my horizontal runs are done, just measure the difference between my cut there, because I only need to get so measure 3.1 inches there, and then keep going, measure 3.1 inches, do my cut. So then I could do most of my cuts without measuring. Yeah, okay, so if I minimize the amount that I have to measure the overall length and just care about making my cuts at the end with like a certain distance to get the spacing on the next section of the 90s correct, that would significantly speed up the overall process. And to do that, I want to be starting at one end and working my way to the other end. And that would have overall sped things up quite a bit. I think almost all the slowest parts were where I had to like measure the exact length and transferring like where I wanted to start here all the way up there. That kind of took a while. Another thing that took some time, honestly, was like trying to make everything as like straight and lined up as I did. That was a little bit much. But we got her done in the end. Okay, that's like all of a sudden starting to firm up a lot more. This one's, I can feel this one on the left here, which is the one I did first, is a lot firmer than this one. So I think once this one hits the same point that this one's at, we'll be good to go ahead and get that secured and then start to do kind of our adjustment on our spacing and get everything locked down. I mean, if I really just cared about getting this done as quickly as possible, I'm using the wrong type of piping. If I wanted to do it as quickly as possible, I would be using soft piping. And if I really, really wanted to do it as quickly as possible, I would put up a cable/tube tray, and then I could just lay in some soft tubing. So if I was expecting to have to constantly be like doing like new runs from here to that room, then putting in a tube tray and then just laying in polymer tubing into the tray would be pretty fast. I'm pretty sure this run's going to be relatively fixed. The end of the run is going to change quite a bit. That's why it's one of the reasons I got the union valves, is because I can put different ends on these valves with different tubes on them, so I can pretty rapidly hook up to the machine. So yeah. Large diameter copper tube rolls. Oh man. Well, first off, I went with PVC because I wanted it to be chemically inert. Copper is not chemically inert, and I mean, I'm like having flashback to Syrian column lenses and aluminum core thermo cube chillers right now, and just I don't like that. So the PVC is chemically inert. It's actually the microscope install docs do specify a certain electrical isolation they expect from your water lines, because you can have a ground loop through your water lines pretty easily. So if we had conductive tubing all the way to the microscope, that wouldn't be great. We'd get a really large ground loop that way, actually. And the coolant is also, to a degree, conductive. So there's a specification for how long of an insulating line set you're supposed to have between the microscope and your next piece of conductive tubing. In this case, all of my tubing is polymer tubing, so I don't have any conductive tubing, so that does help with ground loop issues. Yeah, plastic tubing is pretty great. I saw the University of Washington fab. I got to go do a walkthrough there, and they had Schedule 80 everywhere, and I was really impressed with how well it seemed to work for them. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try that out, and I'm pretty happy with it. It did take some time to do an install. I mean, there was a couple parts of this install that were a little bit complicated. Or that I made complicated because I did it in a suboptimal order. So that's definitely some stuff to potentially improve on. That's their problem. They were weak. What is that referring to? Okay, let's see how this is doing. That one's really quite firm. That one, that's still a fair bit softer. I mean, it's probably fine. Just see how much force that takes. Oh, that's feeling good. Okay, let's go ahead and torque that down. Yeah, okay, I'm liking it. Oh, okay, actually securing it to the wall is going to put a little bit of force on it, feels like. So we're gonna just leave it off the wall for a little bit for now, I think. Well, yeah, this is enough to start getting our kind of our alignment and level done on the rest of this. So let's go ahead and do that now. Do we want this overall to move to the left or right some? I don't think so. So it's sticking out from the wall a little bit more on this side than this side. So if I shift it left and right, that actually will kind of change how that behaves. Maybe if I spread this one out a little bit, that'll get me closer to the wall somehow. Let's think about this. How is this gonna... Well, it's plenty close to the wall up here. Like, it's touching the wall there. And it's not touching the wall there, actually, which is interesting. So that's going to get kind of sucked up to the wall a little bit right there. But somehow it's like doing this. It's like this one's kind of pointing towards the wall, and this one's pointing away from the wall as it comes down. But honestly, I think a lot of that's just the natural flex of the tube. So I don't think there's a ton to be done with repositioning everything to take care of that. I think that's just going to get taken out when we clamp it down. I've seen some microscopes that have died of a little bit of galvanic corrosion in the little bit of galvanic potential in the column, and you know, there's not necessarily anyone in particular that's coming to mind right now. I think we can get this clamp up here tightened down, maybe. Yeah, no microscope in particular I'm thinking about, though. Just the generality of microscopes that have been killed by galvanic corrosion. Okay, that one's secured. This one down here is not putting a lot of strain on it to get it secured, so we'll go ahead and do that now. Oh, actually, we're going to be shifting some stuff around, I just realized, because there's a screw kind of right where we want to be clamping down on this one. At least where I've got the tube up there positioned. So things are going to shift around slightly. So we're going to get this secured down here, because this one's kind of constrained where I can put it. Where'd the nut go? I haven't seen that in a while, actually. Oh, tide marks inside chambers. Yeah, I mean, there's been I've heard of a number of chambers on just overall like UHV systems being filled with water. I've heard of a TEM being filled with water too. That's bad. There's a nut. Opaque glass process piping. That's annoying. That's really annoying. I've been in a number of buildings that have had pretty extensive acid and base waste drain systems that are all made out of glass. Yeah, okay, so these two are going to need to move over slightly based on where that clamp actually ends up. Tire marks inside MPE chambers. That's so bad. Man, so like how, was that like they used a closed loop chiller that just had like a large chiller basin and you got like 5 or 10 gallons from the chiller in it? Or was that like they were just using like building cooling water inside of the MPE, which is a terrible idea, but was basically just a limitless leak. Okay, so that left one's done now. I think we can go ahead and get the next one tightened down now. Well, that's my last clamp I got, and I need one more clamp, so we're doing pretty good. Well, I mean, I want clamps there, but I don't have clamps there for now. But that's fine. It's within specification. Yeah, non-closed loop chiller leaks are kind of scary. At least it was closed loop. I really wish I had one of the, wait, what? I'm holding... What? Okay, that's interesting. I'm holding a strut clamp cushion right now, but all of my strut clamps have cushions right now, so this implies the existence of an additional strut clamp somewhere. Huh. Well, I guess I do have an extra strut clamp somewhere. I just don't know where, but I do have the cushion for it, so that's fun. Is it up here? No. Interesting. Okay, got both those on, so now I just gotta get these two adjusted, and the loop will be secured. I'm confused. A temporary fix by putting a turbomolecular pump on a water pipe. What? What do you mean? That sounds cursed. I'm concerned. Nope, no, no. Ah, almost caught it. Wait, so the water line was leaking into the machine. Like there was a vacuum leak through a water line. So you pumped down the water line to eliminate the vacuum leak because you didn't want to bake out the system. Because you didn't want to open the system up to fix the water line, so you just pumped the water line down. Yeah, okay, that tracks. I think. I'm assuming. Huh. I think that's it. Yo, chat, I think that's it. Wait, that's not tight. Those aren't tight yet. Okay, we got what? We got 2 more to tighten, chat, and then that's it. Okay, I want to read more about this cursed MBE thing. All the MBE questions in job interviews were never about how to properly operate the MBE. They're about how to keep it going when it's partially broken. That's amazing. That's great. Have you ever fixed an MBE using Torseal? Like the, good old can of Torseal? Nice. I'm really liking this. So that one needs to move like a little bit to the right. And that one needs to move a little bit to the left, and I think we're good. See if that looks like. Too much to the left. Okay, what does a mallet help with on the MBEs? Okay, a little bit more right. Yeah, there we go. Chat. I think that we have fully secured all the tubes. Yeah, I will say the MBE discussion tonight has been on point. Like just chef's kiss, amazing. Very entertaining. How did you fix a hot ionization gauge with a mallet? Aren't those made out of glass? And were you working on it while it was under vacuum? Man, look at these tubes. These things are cool. That's a cooling loop. That's so much fun. Like, was it the one that's the actual ionization gauge parts in the chamber? And it's just kind of the feed through on the outside? Hi. Okay, let's switch to that one. Look at this. We got all the clamps secured now. It all feels pretty dang solid. The valves are fun to play with. Okay, so we've got something we need to decide. Do we want to follow what is it? Do we want to follow ASTM pipe label color standards? If we do that, then these are going to have green labels and flow arrows. Or do we want to just use blue because it's water? I have a label maker. I have the white text on green label tape to do ASTM, which ASTM color for pipes is white text on green. Or I also have white text on blue, which I think just looks more like water. But I also have. Come on, let me in. Oh, where's the rest of them? Well, I guess I don't have the right size arrow right here. Oh, actually, I got a roll of the green stuff too. Okay. So I have many. Oh, the filament droops. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, give it a little whack. The ionization gauge. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Here's some of my various pipe arrow tape, and I can also print this out on my label maker. So I've got a lot of sizes of this white arrow on blue tape. I just I don't have them in my hand right now, but I have this size of arrow in this color, and I also have a bunch of other sizes in between. And I don't have very much of this, but I do have this. So this is ASTM standard, this is the, if I was following ASTM standards, this is the color that I would use. But do we want to do the green on white, or the white on green, or the white on blue? And while you all type your opinions in the chat, I'm going to go grab a bunch more of my arrow tape, because I think the arrow tape is exceptionally satisfying. I would keep talking about it, but I don't know if you all are going to be able to hear me with how far away I'm going from the mic. Right about now. Got the tape. And one shockingly dirty roll of tape. That's really funny. Okay, let me wipe off this. Look at how dirty this roll of tape is. I got this all over my hands. I'm going to wipe that one off real quick so I don't get anything else dirty. Okay, I will re-explain the meaning of the colors. ASTM is a standards organization. It's a group of nerds who got together and were like, this is how it shall be. And one of the things ASTM decided on was what the color code for pipes should be, like in a facility. And facilities don't always follow ASTM standards. In fact, sometimes it makes sense not to, I think. So ASTM decided in their infinite wisdom that water was green. So they decided to do white text on green label tape for water. And like, sure, okay, fine. You know, whatever. I, I, water's blue though. Like, and the ocean's blue, you know. So part of me thinks that water should be blue, and I can do whatever I want. It's my facility, right? I have now that being said, so the ASTM standard is that compressed air is white on blue, and so compressed air is white on blue, and water is white on green. And I do already have water lines in my facility that are white on green, and I already do have compressed air lines that have text on them that's white on blue. But since doing that, I have gotten a very, very lovely collection of white on blue arrow tape, right? Like, look at this. Look how satisfying this is. I get to put arrows on pipes with all this like amazing white on blue tape that I have. And I do not have this extensive of a collection of white on green arrow tape. So I'm like, look at my arrows. Look, so I'm very tempted to make water lines blue now. And I have this one little roll of white on green. You know, let's see how this looks. I'm going to assume that the pipe on the left is going to be the supply. That might make it backwards. In fact, it does make it backwards in that room, but I'd rather have it like make it outside here. Do I take my best practice from folks with green water in the chiller loops? That's funny. In like commercial residential settings, like green is wastewater. Consistency is important, and if I want to be consistent, I would do white on green. And I do have some white on green. Let's see how white on green looks. Yeah, this is what it looks like in most of the facilities that I work in. Okay, I think we're gonna have to go white on green. Oh, there goes the roll. So what should my wraparound overlap be? How many? I think we want to go 50% overlap. Okay, I should have a pair of scissors to cut this with. Well, I got a pair of scissors in my pocket. I'll use that. Being consistently inconsistent is still consistent. I think you're being inconsistent though. So you're not being consistent, you're being inconsistent. Okay, this is actually some pretty quality tape here. I like this stuff. Man, that's so satisfying. Look at that. That brings it all together right there. That is so satisfying to do. Oh man, I love putting arrows on pipes. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Just to be like chaotic, I can put this on, right? That's bad. Don't put black and white on pipes. That's gas. That's like explosive or flammable gas. But like, look at that, right? Oh, wow, that really got me that time. The the fume extractor sucked up my shirt. Yeah, the white on green is what looks right. What was ASTM thinking? Why? Like, green and white on green could have just, I feel like could have just as easily been compressed air, and we would live in a better world for it, I think. They probably do have a reason. And I got enough to do this run in terms of how much tape I got, so. Isn't that satisfying? If you live in Flint, Michigan, which one do you use to label the water lines? I think the the white on purple one. What's white on purple? I feel like that's like a hazardous one. Is that the acid one? Okay. It's labeled. It's official. It's labeled. Well, I mean, it's not labeled. It's flow. The direction of flow has been identified. Let's grab the label maker real quick. Let's throw a supply return. Okay, where's the label tape I want? There it is. Oh, that cartridge is empty. That one, that should have enough in it, I think, maybe. Love this label maker. This thing is so great. Hopefully there's enough tape left on this particular cartridge to make the label I just made. Oh, something happened. Ah, we almost had enough label tape to do it. Come on, figure out that. I want you to focus, please. The black means it ran out of label tape. But wouldn't that look good? It's not quite the same color as the other one, but man, look at that. Wouldn't that have looked great? Let me see if I've got a another cartridge for this. Let's see here. That is all black on orange, which I really like that color because that's my company's colors. Let's see here. That is black on yellow. I like that one because it's visible. That's more black on orange. That's black on green. That's not what we want. We want white on green. That's also black on green. Why do I have so much black on green? I don't use that color. Okay, well, I'm going to order more label tape tonight. Yeah, I've only got black on green. Okay. We'll just cut off the part that didn't work on this one and put this on so we got something on it. And then I think we're going to call that a stream. There's definitely more labeling I can do. I think we'll do that when we commission it. So we're just going to cut that here. Oh man, labeling really brings it all together, you know? This is not quite the right ASTM green. This is not. So I should try to find a better green label tape. But man, look at that. Isn't that so satisfying? Look at that. Okay. So, that is, let's see. Can you see this thing? Like how it's, yeah, you can see when it catches me. That's funny. I don't think we need this anymore. Are my cans of solvent actually closed? I believe they are. Yeah, I closed those earlier. So, tubing, pipes, things. Look at that. Look at that. Labels, arrows, it's happening. Let's do a quick tour around the whole install real quick, and then I think we will call that a stream. So I think that makes this the last part of the install series. Only took 8 streams. Could be worse, right? Could be 9 streams. So there's our valves on this end. Comes up there, make a 90. Oh, we can fix that real quick. There we go. Did I cut that zip tie, or did I pull that through that somehow? I think I pulled it through that somehow. Gotta put that back in. Okay, so start out down there. Say hi to the rest of the shop. It's not as well lit in this room now that I'm not working in here. Although this room is a little bit more empty now that I don't have all the streaming and fume extraction in here. So this does make on this side, the supply is on the right side and the return is on the left. That's just the topological nature of how I did this install. And that's it for that camera battery, but that worked out well. So yeah, the camera battery literally died right there at the very end. So yeah. Yeah, I do think the paint and strut was pretty cool. I like it a lot. It didn't cost me any extra. I've got I got a Unistrut guy, and he's pretty cool. His contact in my phone is literally like Mike Unistrut guy. So I go over to his place whenever I want strut, and I get it for like, what is it? I don't remember what I pay per 10-foot stick, but it's pretty affordable. I want to say it's $10 a stick, or at least it was at one point. He might have gone up in price. So that's been the tubing series of streams. I'm sure that's not the first tubing series I'm going to do, but that's this one. I'm pretty happy with how this install turned out. I think this looks great. When we actually go to commission it, that's when we're going to be doing the pressure testing. So that's going to involve basically blanking off the chiller and setting its pressure to maximum. When we do the pressure testing, we're going to make sure that we don't have any air bubbles in the coolant loop. Having air bubbles in the coolant loop turns it from an incompressible fluid into a spring. So if there is a issue, it goes from, oh no, there's a leak, to, oh no, there's a explosive hazard. So we don't want to do that. That's also why you don't use PVC as air lines, because it fails in a brittle nature, and it cracks, and it sends shrapnel everywhere. So don't use PVC for compressed air lines. So we need to make sure that we get all of the air out of the lines when we do go to pressure test it. So we'll hook the chiller up, set all the pressures to maximum, blank it off, and just let it sit like that for a while. I'm honestly not anticipating having any problems. These types of fittings are pretty easy to assemble and pretty reliable. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do for pressure testing when we actually go to commission it. Yeah, raw building materials have gotten insanely expensive. Unistrut has gone up in price so much, I can't believe it. You used to be able to get it like new from Home Depot for like $12 a stick. And now it's like $60 a stick or something insane like that. It might have gone down. Steel prices were really bad there for a little bit. I don't even know what they are right now. I don't buy new strut anymore. I buy strut from Mike, my Unistrut guy, and Mike's cool. So thank you, Mike, for all the Unistrut. The painted stuff worked out really well. I didn't have enough to do painted stuff for the whole run, so I did paint it out here and unpainted in my facilities room, but I'm pretty happy with it. So what are we gonna do next? That's a great question. What's our stream tomorrow gonna be? I think tomorrow we're gonna turn our attention to the microscope itself. So yeah, let's pull the streaming cart this way. Let me find a safe space for this camera. Okay, now we're back in this room. So I haven't actually really seriously used this on stream yet, but I've got this whole new lighting gantry system. So all these lights are on these counterbalanced, well, spring balanced mounts. So when I'm doing streams on the scope here, I can just pretty freely move these lights around to wherever I want. So I've got, these are pantographs. So I got 4 of these pantograph mounts right now. So I'll move all the soft boxes from being on all the sticks and tripods they're on right now everywhere else to being on the pantographs, and we'll be doing some streams in the scope here. So that's what all these tubes are for, right? It's for this microscope. Yeah. We've got some more kind of inspection work we're going to be doing on it. So I think we're probably going to start with a thorough inspection of the AC power distribution, emergency shut-off circuits, and then kind of work our way from AC power to DC power. Once we've got those all inspected, we're going to be doing inspection and maintenance on the cable harness, fixing the connectors that are a bit broken or missing screws or whatnot. That tends to happen in microscope cable harnesses after a while. And then get a number of other things checked off. We're going to do some coolant loop maintenance on this thing too. So that's going to involve running CLR through the coolant loop, eliminate any buildup that may have developed. We'll probably inspect the cooling lines first to see if the CLR is actually necessary or not. Yeah, but it's been a while since I started this project, but we're getting back to it now, and I could not be more excited to get this scope up and going and really see what it can do. So putting the chiller in the facilities room is one of the things that's going to be necessary to get this microscope up to its maximum possible performance. This room needs to be like quiet for this microscope to work really, really well. So having the chiller out here was not going to be conducive to that. It's relatively easy to put the pump in an acoustic enclosure. It's a lot harder to put the chiller in an acoustic enclosure because you got to get the heat out of the enclosure. So yeah, we're back in the studio. This is going to be fun. I've got a little bit of cleaning up to do in here. Maybe we'll do a stream on cleaning up. Like you can see, stuff has collected around the microscope some as we've been doing the plumbing. So that's gonna happen. Maybe we'll do a cleaning up stream. You all can see me wandering around my shop putting stuff places. Let's see here. Is that level now? No, but is it not level in the other way now, I think? Yeah. There we go. Cool. So yeah, that's the studio, that's the microscope, that's the lighting gantry that I installed. I think this thing's so much fun being able to just bring the light wherever I want on the microscope. And then when I was first doing the streams on this thing, I spent so much time messing around with lighting. And like tripping over stuff. So now I've got, when I'm working in here in this area, all of my lights are off the ground, and that's amazing. So yeah, If anybody's got any other questions before we wrap the stream up tonight, you know, feel free to throw them in the chat. But I just can't emphasize enough how excited I am to get really started in earnest on this thing. Are we gonna get a forehead camera? So you mean like put a camera like on my forehead, or what are you thinking? That's an interesting idea. Forehead, maybe chest. I want to put a camera mount up on one of these pantographs too. I mean, they're not the most rigid, right? So if it's moving around, it's gonna vibrate quite a bit. But if I get it down to just having, the light, or just having the camera tripods on the ground and not the lighting tripods, I think I'm going to be doing really, really well. Yeah, so a forehead camera while doing the cleaning would be interesting. I've wiped this microscope out already. I did that before I started streaming, sorry. So I have taken out a lot of the dust already. So I think most of what's left on this scope is going to be inspections and what's not. This is a pretty powerful instrument. It's a field emission. It's a Gemini column. Its resolution's really good, and it does that without a magnetic immersion lens, which is really nice. But what really makes this thing like stand out isn't its resolution; it's how bright and how high contrast of an image it forms. The electron detector on this thing is really, really efficient. It collects almost all of the secondary electrons and backscatter electrons that are generated, and has a very large active area on the phosphor, and has done a good job of coupling the phosphor to the PMT. So just at every stage of the electron collection signal chain, at least on the analog side, I haven't fully characterize the digital side yet to know if it's as good on the digital side. But on the analog side, it does an excellent job of being very efficient with its electrons. So for a given probe current, you get a very, very bright image, which is great. So for beam sensitive samples, this microscope is really good because it does such a good job of collecting the electrons, so you don't have to use very many electrons. So you can get your image before you completely destroy your sample, which for latest node semiconductor work, hint, hint, is going to be very handy because you can melt a FinFET like really easily with the beam. Like these samples are actually beam sensitive with how small and sensitive they are. So having something that's good at efficiently collecting electrons is really nice. This tool came from AMD Singapore. It came over on the boat. They had a 8x wafer probe in it, load-locked wafer probe. So they were on a shuttle. They could put a wafer, and then it had all the probes also on the shuttle, so they could come in and do device characterization. This microscope can take an 8-inch wafer. With the wafer probe they had on it, you couldn't fit an 8-inch wafer in that probe. You could fit like a device in that, but you could fit a good chunk of a wafer. But without all the extra stuff around the wafer or stuff around the sample, you can fit an 8-inch wafer in it through the load lock actually. Load lock for it is right here, so that's going to be beam mounted up onto it. It's got the better of the Zeiss stages in it. There's one better stage than this that's got like an extra additional Z-axis. This one's only got one Z-axis. The better stage has 2 Z-axes in it, but it's pretty good. Unlike the Sigma right here. So I've got another effects I'm running right here. That is Sigma. Oh, Sigma. Oh, Sigma. What have you done, Sigma? Sigma does not have a good stage in it. Sigma has a honestly kind of terrible stage in it, and that's the limiting factor in performance in that microscope is the stage. So I'm really happy to have a Merlin here. That Merlin here that does actually have a really great stage. So we got the really good Zeiss column and a good stage. Versus Sigma, it's got the good Zeiss column, but stage leaves a lot to be desired on it. It's like, oh man, the stage was for thermionic SEMs. Like, what are you doing? It just vibrates. Like, if you're in a perfect environment, if your environment's actually perfect, the stage is good. The kinematics of the stage, it's not a eccentric stage. If you want eccentric tilt functionality, it's a little bit annoying. But I do really like how the tilt works for when I want to look at like a cross section or something, because I can just like the top of the stage just kind of like folds down like that. Like it goes 0, 90, 0, 90, really easy. It's not eccentric would be kind of doing this like whole eccentric tilting thing. So for looking at the side of something, cross section work, the Sigma's awesome if the stage didn't vibrate. The stage also has like a ton of virtual leak issues, which I do know how to correct now. I know where they are now. Thank you, Vold, for that, by the way. So I'm going to be drilling out some bolts on Sigma, and that should help it pump down a lot better. So yeah, that's the scopes we got in the front right now. And hope is to get this thing baking out before Thanksgiving. So let's see if we can pull that off. You can also see it's got a plasma cleaner on it right here. So that's a pretty nice addition. That's the DC power supplies on the left there. Got the Spellman power supply for the electron source on the front. On this other side, you got ion pump supplies, stage, and then on the back, we've got all of our electronics. So, yeah. Cats are eccentric. Cats going eccentric when you try to pet them. That, I think you're right. I think cats are eccentric. I think that tracks. That's canon now. Yeah. So vibration isolation on Merlin compared to Sigma is also really nice. We've got pendulum dampeners. So it's a pendulum, so that takes care of a lot. And then there's also an air isolator in here that inflates. And then this is a epoxy granite table. This thing is heavy. This table has added a lot of weight to this system, but that's great. I could feel how heavy that microscope was when I had it on the forklift. I was like, oh, this thing weighs a lot more than Sigma. I like this, and you can kind of feel it on the pallet jack too. It's not bad, but it's high performance SCMs being heavy, I think, is a good thing overall. So. Well, cool. If you all got any more questions in the chat, or you want to take one more quick peek at the tubes, we'll flip it around one more time to look at the tubes. Got to bring some lighting back to me. Luckily, I've got this lighting gantry. There we go. That's kind of that's good enough. Well, I think with that, we're gonna be, roughly how heavy do I think the platform is? Like just the chunk of epoxy granite? 700, 800 pounds at least, I think. I think the overall microscope is like, it's pretty close to 2,000, if not over. I don't remember exactly, but it's for just a column. For like just a column, it's pretty heavy. I think crate and all, I think was 2,200 pounds or 2,400. I don't remember. I have pictures of it. Yeah, this thing came in so many crates. It was a lot of work to decrate it. And it was a lot of work to get rid of all the crates and all the packing supplies and everything. It was packed really well. Stuff coming from Singapore is packed so well. And it like for how well it was packed, I was like, this only cost like a couple $100 bucks. What's going on here? But that's pretty normal for Singapore. The cost of labor there is like pretty low. Yeah, that's why a lot of the like chip makers out there just have so many people running microscopes, is because it's not that expensive actually. So yeah, I think with that, we're just gonna admire our tubes for a little bit longer, because these are really nice tubes. I'm pretty happy with this. I think these are gonna do an excellent job supporting that microscope. So cool. Well, I think with that, yeah, moving 2,000 pounds is no joke. But I'm glad the microscope's heavy and not light. You know, that's for the better, honestly. So, well, I appreciate you all for joining me on all these live streams to get all these lovely tubes installed. It's really satisfying to finally have that wrapped up. That is amazing. I mean, we still do have to actually connect the water chiller, and we do have to actually connect the tubes to the microscope, but I'm kind of considering that different than the tubes themselves, because like the chiller is going to stay with the microscope, you know, so this is the part that stays. Everything else is stuff that changes out depending on what microscope we got in here, so. Yeah. Oh, I like the equal signs. That's how precise I want the spacing between my tubes to be. That's how parallel I want my tubes to be, so. Cool. Well, I think with that, I'm going to be saying goodnight to y'all, or good morning. It's been a ton of fun doing this. I'm sure we'll get around to putting some stickers on them at some point. But yeah, that's going to be it from me tonight. Again, thank you all for joining. This has been a ton of fun, and I look forward to seeing you all on stream as we start to bring the scope up. Cool. Well, that's it for me, and I'm going to wish you all a good night. Where's the button? Come on, where's the button? Where's the button? There's the button.